we are delighted to have a beautiful day in the Shenandoah Valley. And I would like to call on Terry Edwards. Well, let me make a comment. We've changed the schedule around a little bit. And so we are going to do closed session first. So sometimes our board members have to rush out at certain times and not stay for the full discussion. So in consultation with Jim, we've moved the closed session to the front end so that we can make sure that all the board members are fresh and ready to have discussion. So at this time, I'd like to call on Terry to take us into closed session.
Great, thank you. Madam Rector, I move the board go into closed session to discuss the following matters pursuant to section 2.2-311A1 of the Code of Virginia to discuss personnel matters involving promotions, performance, retirements, hiring, resignations, salary adjustments, and status changes of faculty members, university administrators, and appointees. Pursuant to section 2.2-311A3 to discuss the acquisition of real property for a public purpose and the disposition of a publicly held real property. Pursuant to section 2.2-311A8 to consult with legal counsel for the provision of legal advice by such counsel, and pursuant to section 2.2-311A29 to discuss the award of public contracts involving the expenditure of public funds and discussion of the terms and scope of such contracts where discussion in open session would adversely affect the university's bargaining position or negotiating strategy.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are in closed session. I would invite everyone to return in approximately 2 hours. Thank you so much.
Thought about it, we should have told them.
They were.
Oh, they did.
Yes. I noticed.
Part of that leadership.
Okay.
We're new together. Yeah. Ready to go During closed session, the board discussed only matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements and only those types of matters identified in the motion for closed session. I will go around the room and ask each of the board members to give me an aye, please.
Aye.
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 Aye. And we have two board members who I'll get an aye from when they walk back into the room. I need, Terry, for you to,
Yes.
make a motion on the personnel action report, please.
Sure, thank you. Madam Rector, I move the personnel action report be approved as presented.
Second that motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Have your approval there, David. Next, we have the approval of the consent agenda. If anyone would like to remove any item from the consent agenda, I'd like to hear so now. Hearing none, I would like to call for a second to approve consent agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Have accepted the consent agenda. First up, we have committee reports. Academic excellence. Nicole, please.
The Academic Excellence Committee meeting on November 13th began with a welcome from myself, followed by approval of the minutes from the September meeting. Our interim provost, Bob Colborn, welcomed the committee and began with a divisional update, highlighted the status of several academic affairs priorities, including the cross-divisional work around AI and updates to the core curriculum. Provost then shared some personal reflections on his own personal role in research, scholarship, and creative activities in faculty careers. Provost Colborn moderated a panel on collaborative research involving 3 student and faculty pairs. Students provided lightning talks on their topics, highlighting how they gain practical experience with hands-on research. Each student then shared what motivated them to connect with a faculty member to do the research, and their faculty members discussed the advantages of engaging students in scholarly work, all as undergrads, which I think is one of the things that sets JMU students above and beyond other students. And then the panel concluded with questions from the committee. One takeaway that the chair had, that I had, was one of the students talked about her own personal research, undergrad research experience, which was done about Russia and China activity in this. It was really very interesting. But she called her research what bridges her, what is the bridge between learning and impact as a student. And I thought that was really profound. And then we heard from 3 deans, so deans from 3 colleges and JMU libraries participated in a roundtable discussion centered around research, scholarship, and creative activity. Each dean shared insights on how these efforts are reflected with their respective colleges. The deans that we had share and engage were Dr. Mike Busing, Ruben Graziani, and I apologize if I didn't do that justice, Dr. Bethany Novisky, and Dr. Jeff Tang. Each dean shared their insights and their efforts reflected within their respective colleges and disciplines. I think I found the most intriguing one to be Ruben and the College of Visual Art and Performing Arts. I don't think it's one that we all think about doing undergraduate research and connecting with the arts, but it was a great illustration. The panel concluded with questions from the committee and a great dialogue. We then moved on to our curriculum updates. Paula Maxwell, Associate Vice Provost for Curriculum, gave 2 curriculum proposals for board approval. Both were discontinuations of existing degree programs that had no enrolled students in them at this time, and have been replaced by more relevant offerings. These actions were included in the plan to realign academic program offerings detailed in the 6-year plan. The first request was for the discontinuance of the Master of Science / Master of Science in Education, MS/MSED, degree in health, teacher education. The committee heard that there was no need for a teach out based on 0 current student enrollment. Pending board and SHEV approval, the degree will be removed from the SHEV and JMU inventories.
That's a recommendation from the committee to remove that degree. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in
My
favor?
motion. Madam Rector, on motion from committee, I move the full board approve the discontinuance of the Master of Science in Education, MS/MSED degree in health, teacher education.
You heard her motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Madam Rector, on motion from the committee, I move the full board approve the discontinuance of the Bachelor of Science, BS degree in athletic training.
Any discussion? All those in favor of removing the BS and athletic training signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Madam Record, I move the report of the Academic Excellence Committee be accepted.
Second.
Any questions for Nicole? All those in favor of accepting the academic excellence report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Nicole. Next up, we have athletics.
The Ethics Committee heard the following reports at its meeting on Thursday, November 13th. We heard a sports update. JMU teams have compiled a 57, 33, and 11 cumulative record for a 619 winning percentage so far this academic year. After week 11, football is ranked number 24 in the AP poll and number 25 in the coaches poll. Volleyball recently clinched the Sun Belt regular season title. The men's and women's basketball teams were both picked first in the preseason voting, with Peyton McDaniels being voted preseason player of the year. McDaniels was also the recipient of the 2024-2025 Sun Belt Female Student Athlete of the Year. Suman Dive was selected to finish 5th in preseason voting in its initial season in the American Conference. And then data was presented from USA Today, the Knight Commission in Learfield, which reflected a direct correlation between financial resources and success within college athletics at all levels, looking at peer institutions across the country. Athletics continues to seek out opportunities to boost non-fee revenues to offset strategic expenses, including priority investments in football. We then heard a update on the transfer landscape. Updated NCAA transfer rule, the portal windows, and acceptance were shared with the committee. National trends reflected increase in transfers across all divisions in intercollegiate athletics. In D1 alone, there was an increase of nearly 4,500 students entering the portal from 2023 to 2024. JMU specifically had 107 student athletes enter the transfer portal in 2024-2025, and saw 52 student athletes transfer to JMU in the fall of 2025. We then had the Title IX report. Results were shared from recently conducted Title IX review, which acknowledged that under Test 1, this is the participation count, JMU does continue to meet the Title IX requirements relating to providing proportional participation opportunities for males and females and complying with standards regarding financial assistance and scholarship to student athletes. Recommendations included continuing monitoring of women's sports, as well as consideration related to equipment operations, sports program operating and recruiting budgets, increase in social media exposure for all teams, and a focus on select facility upgrades. We then had a presentation from JMU Sports Properties. The committee was provided with an overview of JMU Sports Properties, a subsidiary of Learfield, the exclusive media rights holder of all JMU athletics since 2015. JMU Sports Properties has solidified 137 partners for the 2025-2026 year and has achieved record-setting revenue for fiscal year 26. They also established the first ever naming rights partnership with JMU Athletics in 2016 to 2018. We then had a fundraising update. The athletics fundraising report was provided, the details of which were shared in the advancement committee report. The third annual Digging Dukes sports specific campaign will take place on December 2nd, featuring 21 funds, including the new Student Athlete Enhancement Fund, with an aspirational goal of securing 2,500 donors. Future agenda items were discussed for consideration at an upcoming athletics meeting. Madam Rector, I move the report of the athletics committee be accepted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of accepting the athletics report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, Dave. Next up, we have audit and risk. Jeff?
The Audit Risk and Compliance Committee convened at 4:30 on November 13th, 2025. The minutes from the September 18th, 2025 meeting were approved. Robin Bryan, AVP for IT Chief Information Officer, and BKG Director for IT Security Information Security Officer provided the annual information security briefing to the committee. They discussed reporting requirements of the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, GLBA, and recent and ongoing audits. They described their focus on security as JMU improves processes and systems through the Re-Engineering Madison project. Okta A modern cloud-based identity management system went live in March 2025 with significant improvements in functionality. IT has also focused on minimizing risk by adding security staff, improving security awareness training, establishing memos of understanding with colleges in key areas, and establishing the university as a hybrid entity for HIPAA compliance. Third-party vendor management is critical due to the increased use of cloud-based systems, and IT conducts risk assessments and annual system reviews for all systems containing highly confidential or protected data. The IT team noted there are ongoing challenges with additional compliance requirements, such as the Title II accessibility requirement that goes into effect April 2026, unfounded mandates, and sophisticated phishing attacks. The committee received a written annual report regarding GLBA compliance from BKG Information Security Officer as required by the GLBA Safeguards Act. The report noted that JMU continues to face security challenges consistent with that of many other higher educational institutions, including difficulty recruiting IT security staff and the need to secure research data in support of the university's R2 status. Becky Holmes presented the Management Action Plan Status Report to the committee. All action plans have been completed or on target for completion. The committee went into closed session to review and discuss internal audit reports issued since the last meeting. The meeting adjourned at 5:30 p.m. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Audit Risk and Compliance Committee be accepted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of accepting the report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, Jeff. Next up, we have the finance report from Steve.
Okay, the Finance and Physical Development Committee heard the following reports on November 13th, 2025. We first heard from Mark Angel on the financial review. Mark's the Associate Vice President of Finance. He reviewed the financial reports and reported that the university's revenue and expenditures were appropriate for the first 3 months of the fiscal year. We then heard about the university debt review portfolio. As of June 30th, 2026, the university will have approximately $334 million in outstanding bonds. The university's annual debt ratio is well within the board's established guidelines. The university has complied with all significant financial and operating bond covenants and does not have any off-balance sheet financing. We then heard from Kurt Morris, the Director of Engineering and Construction, who gave a report on capital projects under construction and projects in design. All projects are progressing on schedule and within budget. Hillary Cronin, Director of Emergency and Risk Management, and Anthony Matos, Chief of Police, explained the requirements of every institution of higher education to have a crisis and emergency management plan to preserve life, protect property, and manage incidents. The full text of the crisis and emergency management is provided in your binder. Madam Rector, I move that the Board of Visitors accept the Crisis and Emergency Management Plan as approved and recommended by the Finance and Physical Development Committee.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of accepting the Crisis and Emergency Management Plan signify by saying aye.
Aye. We next heard from Gina Cook, Director of Real Property and Space Management, and the Scholarship Committee Chair. She shared information about the Charles W. King Endowed Scholarship. The scholarship is funded by employees and friends of the Division of the Administration and Finance, including 136 current employee donors, Aramark, JMU Bookstore, and Dell. It was started in 2005, and the scholarship has awarded over $718,000 to 93 recipients who are family members of the administration and finance employees or otherwise connected to the division. Ms. Cook detailed the proposed land conveyance from the university to the city of Harrisonburg, which included 0.221 acres to the north and south of Port Republic Road. The conveyance will allow the city to extend the eastbound turn lane to Bluestone Drive. Additionally, a median will separate the east-west bound lanes, and a 5-foot wide sidewalk will be installed on the south side of Port Republic Road. The committee approved the land conveyance to the city of Harrisonburg, which will do all the work. Madam Rector, on a motion from the committee, I move that the full board approve the conveyance of the land.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the land conveyance as approved by the finance committee signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Madam Rector, I move the report of the Finance and Physical Development Committee be accepted.
is there a second? Thank you very much. All those in favor of approving the this finance report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have governance, and I call on Carly in absence of Jack missing the meeting yesterday, but we're glad to have Jack with us today.
Yes, thank you, Madam Rector. Jack had an unusual and immovable conflict, so I served as a poor substitute. The Governance Committee discussed the following items at our meeting yesterday. We began by approving the minutes of the September committee meeting. Jack Knight, our university counsel, along with the committee, then reviewed the electronic meeting policy. It was as exciting as it sounds. Virginia Code 2.2-3708.3.d says that before a public body uses all virtual public meetings as otherwise allowed by Freedom of Information Act, or allows members to use remote participation for meetings, quote, the public body shall at least once annually adopt a policy, close quote, on electronic meetings. Our policy is current and unchanged from last year, as found in the board manual. On motion from the committee, I move the board readopt the electronic meeting policy.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the electronic meeting policy signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
The committee then had a preliminary discussion about our Board of Visitors retreat. I will not attempt to entreat you with sonorous tones of Chairman Jack White on the date and the timing over and over of our retreat, because in fact, we discussed changing the timing of the retreat, given that we want to adopt a strategic plan in April. And so the discussion involved accelerating our retreat to be before our April meeting so that we can have a fulsome discussion about the strategic plan. This retreat will include Board of Visitors members and select JMU staff as decided by President Jim. You should have received in your email and also by doodle poll potential dates for that meeting. A location is to be determined, but we are looking for a one-day meeting, less resort getaway and more conversational and strategic meeting between the board, the president, and his selected staff. We're going to, in particular, pay special attention to what it will take to successfully implement the strategic plan as we move towards adopting it at our April board meeting. And in this regard, President Jim is looking forward to drawing upon the expertise and experience of board members. Madam Rector, I move the report of the Governance Committee be accepted.
Is there any discussion? I'd like to make one comment. The doodle poll needs to be filled out immediately. We
Or
need-
response by email. Both options have been given.
Immediately, like right during the meeting.
Well, not right immediately, but we need to make the
Oh, in
decision
the meeting.
before Monday. So if we could have everybody do due diligence and do that before you leave the meeting today, it shouldn't take you very long.
Seconded on accepting the report.
Thank you. All those in favor, or is, no, I was doing just, all those in favor of approving the governance committee report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have philanthropy and Michael.
Madam Rector and members of the board, The Philanthropy and Engagement Committee met on November 13th and heard a series of very encouraging reports. We began with fundraising. Sean Gordon shared that athletics giving remains strong and the annual fund now totaling $950,000 and overall giving at 1.5 million. We have over 6,600 donors, continuing to signify the growing enthusiasm and generosity throughout the Dukes Nation. Jeff Gilligan then reported that nationwide giving through November 7th has reached 7.5 million for fiscal 26, complemented by 3.7 million in expected gifts. The overall pipeline remains deep and healthy, with 409 gifts in cultivation valued at 78.5 million and 173 solicitations totaling 47.5 million. To date, 61 major gifts have closed for $4.5 million, a solid start that positions us well for the year ahead. Next was the Vice President's report. Dr. Lick Langridge highlighted JMU's inaugural Family Business Symposium on November 7th in partnership with the College of Business. The event brought together 28 leaders from multi-generational family businesses, many accompanied by current JMU students, for conversations on succession planning, core values, and developing the next generation of leaders. The event was both deeply relational and strategically significant, signaling JMU's growing role in convening value-driven leaders. President Jim, thank you very much for attending, particularly at the end, hanging out with the students. The reports I got back were stellar. Nick also highlighted that throughout the presidential tour, the president has now personally engaged 141 business leaders and donors along the East Coast, building authentic relationships and casting the vision for JMU's future. We then heard from 5 dynamic Damico scholars from the College of Education. Their enthusiasm, confidence was palpable. Really remarkable to hear from them. Their presentations were very insightful, and then the Q&A was very engaging. From there, we stepped into a discussion on scholarship giving. Dr. Melinda Wood presented a thoughtful and strategic overview of the enrollment cliff and the demographic challenges facing higher education. Nick then introduced a forward-looking initiative, a focused near-term scholarship campaign to provide 4-year renewable scholarships for 50 students per class during the 7 most challenging years of the enrollment cliff. This effort, totaling $10 million in private philanthropy, would support 350 students in all. It's not just a financial strategy, but a value statement. Ensuring access and opportunity remains central to JMU's mission, no matter what kind of enrollment cliff headwinds we have. Next was Whitney Seiko and Pam Brock shared highlights of the presidential tour, which continues to energize and engage alumni and friends along the East Coast. To date, 858 individuals have attended the events, and we've had 336 questions that have been submitted. There has been a deep sense of engagement and interest. We've also had 55 strategic plan survey responses and logged 8,000 webpage views. This is very strong evidence that not only do we have alumni and partners that are watching, but it's an indication of incredibly strong sense of leaning in. Finally, the committee reflected on one of JMU's most distinctive and inspiring programs, Valley Scholars. It's really quite amazing in our community. Its impact is unlike any other, bridging opportunities and transformation for students and families right here in our counties, in our city, and our region. It stands as both a living testimony to JMU's values and a glimpse of our future potential when vision and philanthropy are aligned. As we adjourned, there was an utterly fascinating feeling in the room. It was a mixture of energy, unity, gratitude, and perhaps most of all, Mr. President, a strong air of great anticipation. With that, Madam Rector, I move to accept the report of the Philanthropy and Engagement Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of accepting the strategic planning, no, sorry. Philanthropy, sorry, Michael. An engagement report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up, strategic planning, Terry.
Thank you, Madam Rector. Our committee meeting was yesterday, and I provided a high-level overview of the progress so far. If you remember, we have a timeline and we're on schedule. I would like to just thank David Kirkpatrick and President Jim for all the work that they've done to get us to where we are today, and the village behind you, and all the input that the faculty and staff have given. It really truly is a product of a lot of input, and we're continuing to make headway. And David also thanked the strategic planning team for their leadership and collaboration, and also the philanthropy and engagement team for their significant work in organizing and running the presidential listening tour. That is no small feat. I think last time, Jim, you said you'd gone 4,000 miles, and now you're up to 7,500.
8,000 now.
8,000 miles, so
And counting.
I know, that's great. But I do think when a board develops a strategic plan, getting input from alumni, parents, students, I know Sydney, he's been on many occasions with you, the faculty and the staff really does yield a better product, and I'm very proud of what you've done and how you've approached it. The value of the alumni and the external stakeholder feedback has sharpened our strategic planning ideas for the future direction of the university. Dr. Kirkpatrick also noted the value of moving so many significant pieces forward at the same time to be mutually enriching, and a president with a steady hand and clear understanding of the future for JMU. So David was very complimentary.
It's a done.
I know you did say that, so I was giving you credit there. President Smith did follow with the campus-wide update for a broad, inclusive process so far. He'll expand during his president's report today, the progress that he's made. He also spent, and I think my notes said significant time, which was good, walking the committee through each of the pillars. And I believe every committee member has the pillars in front of you. It was clearly laid out, our original 5 that we requested back in the spring. And then we have before us, those have migrated and consolidated to 4, and I'll speak to those in just a moment. We did have a robust conversation on each pillar, and I thought it was a very good discussion. Our meeting went a little long, but it was very worthwhile and got a lot of good input. The one pager in front of you, I think the key thing I would like to make note, if you look at the left-hand side of the page, it's about student experience and exceptional student experience. On the right-hand side of the page, the first one is a transformational student experience. Same topic, briefer. On the left side are successful partnerships, and you'll see that replicated, fostering partnerships to meet the needs of the Shenandoah Valley, Commonwealth, and the nation. Left-hand side about the value proposition, and that will fall under student transformational experience. And then our last bullet is, and I think we did change it from build to create a campus of the future. And that consolidates accelerating and supporting a culture of innovation, and then advancing the pursuit of national prominence will fall under our pillar, chart a new path as a national research university. During the meeting, we had a lot of discussion. We approved all 4. The 3 were pretty solid. The last one, I know that we're still going to do work on. And as all of you know, we still think all through the night, I got a couple of really good suggestions. So I thought I would comment on those just because it kind of gives you a feeling. The build is not about bricks and mortar. It really is a total environment. One was cultivate an innovation-driven campus environment that empowers learning, research, and entrepreneurship. I think that gets to what we're thinking about. Another one, cultivate an innovative living environment that fosters excellence for the students and the community. So I just wanted to throw those ideas out. And what I'd like to ask for today is, I'll do a motion in a moment, but to agree to these 4, knowing that there will be some changes and refinements, but we're sticking with the key same categories and the concepts. Madam Rector, on motion from the Strategic Planning Committee, I move the amended strategic planning pillar be accepted.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the draft preliminary pillars signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Madam Rector, I now move that the report of the Strategic Planning Committee be accepted.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Thank you very much,
Thank
Terry.
you. All right, I'll move on to.
Keep going.
Okay, I'll move on to the Student Affairs Committee. We met yesterday as well, and we start off each meeting recognizing staff and faculty and students that have earned awards. I'd like to mention a few today. Jonathan Stewart, who we've recognized before, Sarah LaFrance and Rosso Sturbar had contributions to national assessment work. These staff members presented at a recent assessment conference, and Sarah actually served as the educator for staff members from across the country. Dr. Miller also thanked the two students on the SHEV representatives, or two students from JMU that have contributed so much. Charlotte Brownell, the student body president, and Sydney Stafford, the student representative for the Board of Visitors, shared updates on program events and leadership across the campus. They told us so many things that they were doing. I did have to ask, do you go to class and is your GPA good? And because it was a little concerning. Just because they are on the SHEV representatives, we did ask that they review the SHEV backpack and present next time an analysis of our performance with our peers based on student affairs through the student affairs lens. So they're going to do that next time, and I think that will be helpful. Then we had two panels this time. The first panel was Rebecca Barge, Jen Grossman Leopard, Aiden Hyatt, and Robbie Smith presented on the journey at JMU. We're taking a mythical student named Madison and walking them through from the time they know they're going to come here to they've arrived. And then this time we went through kind of their first semester. And it was encouraging to know that this student, fictional student, was not perfect and made some bad choices, but all of the support services that we have in place to get that student redirected were impressive. We had 5,800 students attend the student organizational night, and they were able to interact with 288 student organizations. The Office of Student Accountability and Restoration Practices, they call it OSARP, has an educational approach to accountability, offering opportunities for students to take responsibility through reflective conversations and individualized resources. I found myself wishing I could have sent my middle schooler here and get all of these services. It was really fantastic. And I just commented, Madison faced both struggles and successes during this period of her JMU journey. She got a job. She didn't receive a bid for a sorority. She got in trouble at school with alcohol, and then she found friends within a club, and that got her reconnected. And I think the thing that really impressed me is this student had some challenges, but at each challenge, there was some resource at JMU to help bring that student up, and we were really grateful for that. Then the committee, we had another 4 panelists. It was 3 students and a staff member to share services that are offered. Jordan Cooper, with deep impact peer educator, shared a passion for the role in the campus and how she's gained skills for her future career in communications. If you would have heard her, you would have all wanted to hire her. I thought she was just very articulate. Andreas Para Van Arken shared his experience as an event operations assistant in student life. He talked about the benefits and learning that are part of having a job on campus. And we were educated that our board meeting, all of our, many of our rooms are organized by students. So they come in, they set us all up, and that's part of their learning experience. Lindsay Stebbins, the assistant director for restorative practices, shared the office's mission and educational and how they offer intentional resources in support of student needs. And that was just her sharing her heart and the team's vision and how they pull services together was very impressive. Kieran Festerwall, I want to make sure I said it right. Democracy Fellows shared about how facilitating better conversations had helped prepare students for life during and after college. And we talked about civic discourse and how they do table exercises to learn to appreciate other people's opinion. And that was pretty impressive as well. Our meeting adjourned, and it was, we also recognized the design student that puts together all of the artwork for the slides, and that is very impressive as well. So Madam Rector, I move the report of the Student Affairs Committee be accepted.
Second.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the Student Affairs report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now, bear with me, circle back to the closed session. I need an aye from Jack and an aye from Carly in order to make us official.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. Now we will move on. And I'd like to call on Kathy Walter to provide us the faculty senate update.
We are excited to be in the final stages of the faculty handbook revision, almost 2 years later. The committee is currently collecting feedback on the third draft, and the goal is to have it ready for board consideration in April. Dr. Bethany Blackstone spoke at the October meeting regarding the strategic planning committee's work. Faculty are looking forward, this was prior to today, they're looking forward to hearing which of the focused action themes will be developed into strategic initiatives, as well as being part of the visioning groups or teams to address those initiatives. This year's Faculty Senate mini grant competition was very competitive. In total, we received 46 submissions totaling over $200,000 in funding requests. Senate was able to fund wholly or partially 12 submissions using the allotted $50,000. Thank you to funding from the President's Office and Academic Affairs. The Shared Governance Committee's focus this year will be on shared governance at the unit level. We've been focusing mostly at the university level, and so we're moving into the units. The Shared Governance Implementation Team sent out a survey to assess perceptions of shared governance on campus. It was distributed to Academic Council, Faculty Senate Steering, academic unit heads, and senators. And the team will use these results to guide campus-wide conversations and policy. Robin Bryan in IT attended the November meeting to update faculty on file storage, Netscope, Title II, Voice over Internet Protocol, Security Awareness, Reengineering Madison, and Okta. It was a very overwhelming conversation. We had a lot of questions about the changes in the protocols, as well as Title II requirements for accessibility, which will come into play in April of 2026. For our faculty highlights, I'm going to talk mostly about the Department of Political Science. So Dr. Carrie Crawford published Grappling with a Weapon, the Politics and Policies of Conflict-Related Sexual Violence in the United Nations Security Council. This report began in 2024 as a book chapter slated for publication by the United States Institute of Peace. Prior to the Institute's de facto closure in March of 25, Peace Research Institute Oslo and the scholars of the Missing Peace Initiative instead published the papers on their website to coincide with the 25th anniversary of the passage of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and the adoption of the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda. Dr. Sambo Musada gave a keynote address at a community meeting convened by the Healthy Community Collaborative, which is in Harrisonburg. Her keynote, Budget Insights Building Resilience Amidst Uncertainty, discussed federal policy changes, including the Big Beautiful Bill Act established by the Department of Government Efficiency and the government shutdown impact on Harrisonburg specifically. Dr. Nate Riddle's grant writing and project management course is collaborating with 5 community partners this semester to produce real grant proposals. The students in the class are challenged to apply theoretical concepts to practice through these collaborations immediately. The 8th volume of the International Journal on Responsibility, an open access and peer-reviewed journal published by JMU Libraries, has been published. In this volume, the Spanish language, language variations, cultures, and responsibility, guest edited by Dina Meza of the College of Education, is the journal's first ever semi-bilingual volume. Dr. Colleen Moore's monograph, The Peasants' War, Russia's Home Front in the First World War and the End of the Autocracy, was published in October of 25 with McGill Queen's University Press. Moore explores how the experience of total war convinced peasants that the measure of the state's legitimacy was its ability to safeguard the well-being of its subjects. And lastly, Dr. Jonathan Jones' monograph, Opium Slavery, Civil War Veterans and America's First Opioid Crisis, was released this week by the University of North Carolina Press. During the Civil War, the utility and widespread availability of opium and morphine made opiates essential to wartime medicine. After the war ended, thousands of ailing soldiers came home, addicted or enslaved, as the 19th century Americans phrased it. More information about the book including how to order it from the press's website, is available at uncpress.org. And that is the report from the center. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Any questions for Kathy?
A comment. Kathy, I just think on behalf of the Strategic Planning Committee, would you personally let this faculty know how much we really appreciate their input into the strategic plan, and we appreciate them being big and bold. Right?
Great.
Thank you.
I will do that. Thank you. Next up, we have Sydney. Sydney, tell us about this student life.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you for having me and happy last fall semester board meeting. I wanted to begin by updating everyone on some of my goals for the year. I've continued to support the presidential transition with students by having monthly leadership meetings with President Jim, Student Body President Charlotte, and our Student Body Vice President Grace. I also hosted the Get to Know President Jim event that I will talk more about in a bit. I've continued to educate and inform students on board functions and how they can get involved by regularly presenting to the SGA on topics related to the board, and by meeting with students interested in being the next student rep to the Board of Visitors. Definitely a bittersweet feeling. Lastly, but certainly not least, I've supported students through collaboration, advocacy, and engagement in alignment with the Student Affairs Strategic Plan by hosting events such as Halftime on the Quad and by meeting with ADPs and students. As I mentioned, I hosted our first Get to Know President Jim event to give students the opportunity to meet and get to know our university leader on a more personal level. This event was a question and answer style dinner, and we had about 35 very engaged attendees. They asked so many questions related to leadership experience, advice, favorite books or movies, family, and much more. At the end of the event, some of the students walked with President Jim to the basketball game, and we got to sit with him in the student section for his very first game. Many of these attendees were first years, and I received such great feedback from them and so many others. In the future, I envision these events and dinners taking place during weeks of welcome as an introduction from university leadership to our new students. I've been passionate about an event like this since the start of the presidential search, and I am so grateful we got to see it come to life. I want to personally thank the Student Government Association, Office of the President, Student Affairs, and President Jim for helping me put together such a rewarding event. And I am proud to say that this is just the beginning of this type of presidential engagement with students. Alongside internal outreach, I've been working on some external initiatives like the Student Representative to the Board of Visitors Conference. It will actually be hosted tomorrow from 9:30 to 2:30, and we have a record number of participants. 10 student reps from 6 different schools will be attending, and we have an exciting group of guest speakers, including our very own rector and academic committee chair, as well as Secretary of Health and Human Resources, Janet Kelly. We will also host past participants of the conference in a virtual panel so they can share some of their past experiences as a student leader. We will end the day by heading to App State football game to show them what a game day at JMU is like. Our growing number of student participation in the conference demonstrates how far our student outreach has been able to grow, and I'm super excited that we get to host another successful conference, and I will keep you posted on how it goes next board meeting. Thank you to everyone who helped me put this together. I couldn't have done it without you. Finally, I would like to share some student priorities and feedback when it comes to the university strategic plan. Earlier in the semester, I took some of the questions President Jim had been asking, and I asked students what their perspectives were. I discovered that students want JMU to be recognized for 1, their campus culture, 2, their academics, and 3, their job placements in the next 10 years. I think this response speaks volumes about what our students prioritize in our university. Additionally, students mentioned that they are overwhelmed by the increase of freshman students each year. They feel that they are a little congested on campus. I also have heard requests for additional avenues of funding to have stronger and bigger infrastructures to support the growing number of freshman students. Students have also advocated for a bigger stadium, an accessible Greek row, and for more parking. I acknowledge that these ideas are very big picture and long-term goals with very complex solutions, but I wanted to give you all a glimpse into the student perspective a little bit more. Looking forward, as I wrap up this semester and start my final semester at JMU, I will continue to meet with students, host more presidential engagement events, and continue to ask for student feedback, as well as celebrate our winter graduation. Thank you all for the opportunity to present today, and I look forward to the next board meeting.
Thank you, Sydney.
Anyone
Any
have any
questions for
questions?
Sydney? Thank you, Sydney.
Thank you.
Next up, President Jim.
Great.
Well, good morning. It has been a busy time on campus and is an exciting season at JMU. I can tell you from my first 4.5 months on the job, the feedback I've received universally is that JMU is an institution on the rise. We continue to receive strong national recognition that speaks to the excellence of our people and our programs. JMU recently ranked number 79 among top public universities in the country, and most importantly for me, number 22 out of more than 4,000 institutions for the quality of the undergraduate teaching, and that's a credit to academic affairs and the great culture in our faculty at JMU. Wall Street Journal recently placed us number 70 nationally, and the Princeton Review named us as one of the best valued colleges with an overall ranking of 47. We're also recently awarded a $2.1 million grant from the U.S. Department of Education, one of the largest competitive grants in our history. The grant recognizes JMU's longstanding commitment to civic engagement and its leadership of promoting an informed, active citizenship. This initiative, JMU will host a series of expert-led seminars focused on America's founding principles, constitutional study, and civil discourse. These seminars will be offered in collaboration with local school districts, community partners, and will provide immersive learning experiences rooted in understanding the nation's primary documents through deliberative dialogue. It is a powerful reflection of JMU's leadership in preparing engaged citizens as our nation approaches its 250th anniversary. We'll hear more about our work in civil discourse from David and Karen in a few minutes, but I'm proud of the work in this area and how we are setting the standard for nationwide at a critical time in our nation's history. Furthermore, national organizations continue to fund our faculty's innovative research proposals with a significant number of projects directly impacting communities across Virginia and in the nation. One exciting example is a $1 million NSF grant awarded to cross-divisional team for uncovering potential, paving career pathways to AI. The project expands AI education and career access to rural areas in partnership with CGI, one of the largest IT consulting and business consulting companies in the world, led by Dr. Yin Jin in collaboration with faculty members from the College of Business and College of Education. Is a great example of how JMU connects technology, education, opportunity, as well as leverages business partnerships that benefit the Commonwealth and beyond. Another highlight is the E3 Training Academy, supported by a $1.25 million Department of Education grant. With this 5-year interdisciplinary training grant, the Academy will recruit, educate, equip, and empower graduate scholars to amplify the services they provide with our students with disabilities. These graduate students will come from programs including physical education, adapted physical education, special education, and applied behavioral analysis, among all disciplines where JMU truly shines. Graduate students will complete their coursework, apprenticeships, and mentorship with families, led by Dr. Tom Moran, Dr. Sarah Snyder. This is a model of interdisciplinary collaboration. Together, these projects showcase the innovation, creativity, and collaboration that define JMU faculty and the transformational work that is happening across our campus. As we celebrate these recognitions, we're also taking bold steps to define our next generation and the next decade and beyond with the new strategic plan. The strategic planning process continues to move forward with great momentum and collaboration. Since August, I've had the opportunity to meet with faculty and staff across all divisions in every college and in areas like the libraries and the Center for Global Engagement. It's truly been a cross-campus engagement. We've hosted 5 idea forums with more than 250 participants, getting ideas about JMU's future. I've been working closely with their strategic planning co-chairs, division heads to refine what we've heard from the JMU community into a set of key strategic pillars that will guide our next chapter. It is important to note that these are still drafts, strong beginnings that reflect months of collaboration and thoughtful work. Future work will further engage the campus community to help define how we will measure and achieve success within each pillar. The next stage of the plan involves developing vision teams, small groups of faculty, staff, and students from around campus who over a short period of time, December to March, will grapple with what it will take to achieve each pillar over that next 5-year period. And we are ready to launch this plan, given the board's endorsement of the pillars today. Strong partnerships at the state and federal level remain essential to our success. We will continue to deepen our relationships across Virginia and Washington. We work closely with Virginia's First Lady Suzanne Youngkin, along with my wife Kim Schmidt, on initiatives advancing student well-being, mental health, and civic leadership. Had the privilege to represent JMU at Chev, reaffirming our leadership in public higher education in the Commonwealth and across the country. And this fall, we welcomed U.S. Senator Warner, the United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Virginia Commonwealth Attorney General Mayers, Lieutenant Governor Sears, as well as many others to the campus, which is a clear sign of the growing influence and engagement we have across the Commonwealth. Maintaining our relationships at every level, state and federal legislative levels, supports our advocacy work as well as our outreach we've received through the Presidential Listening Tour. Presidential Listening Tour has been a tremendous success. We've connected with more than 1,500 alumni, partners, and friends across Virginia and beyond. We've gathered over 125 pages of ideas and feedback, which continues to shape our priorities. Our sessions have drawn 241 live participants and over 700 online viewers and nearly 6,000 minutes of engagement. These conversations reaffirm the passion and pride people feel for JMU and their eagerness to build an even stronger future. And that spirit of connection extends naturally into our philanthropic and alumni partnerships. Over the last 2 months, we've connected with more than 650 donors through visits and events across the Commonwealth. We've had presidential tour events in Louisville, Charlotte, Norfolk, Great Falls, Washington, D.C., Falls Church, and Harrisonburg, as well as other gatherings of alumni in Lynchburg, Atlanta, and San Marcos, Texas. And they have been energizing and productive. As I mentioned earlier, more than 8,000 miles on the road and several thousand in the air. These gatherings have strengthened relationships with parents, alumni, regional partners who continue to invest in JMU's mission. I have to say I've been blown away by the engagement of our parents. I've never seen it at that level at an institution. They are so excited and proud about the experience that our students are getting from our faculty and staff in this great community. And the fact that the parents are so invested to turn out and want to step forward and invest with the university is indeed encouraging. I want to take a moment to thank JMU Philanthropy and Engagement Team under Nick Langridge's leadership, as well as the team of the President's Office and the Athletic Department for their concerted efforts in pulling together the logistics and by leaning into their long-term relationships to bring together our alumni and friends to these events. They have been the real backbone of this effort, and I want to thank all of those folks who've been a part about making these events the great success they've been. I also want to thank the rest of the JMU leadership team for attending many of these gatherings to show support for the direction of the university and to extend our outreach to those who are in attendance. I simply can't make it to everybody in the room, and our team has been there and connected individually with all of the folks who come out to be supportive of JMU. It also speaks loudly to both internal and external audience that we have a united front as we chart this bold future for James Madison University. I also want to thank members of the Board of Visitors who have hosted and served as MCs and attended every single one of these events to help make that bridge from the board directly to these audiences. I continue to be humbled and appreciative of the support and confidence shown by our Board of Visitors. Thank you. Each meeting reinforces the same message, a deep trust in JMU's vision and an excitement for where we are heading. One of the common themes I heard is go bigger, go bolder, go faster. That is surprising for somebody like me to have people give me that kind of feedback. It's a little scary. I have to say, it has been an outstanding semester for JMU athletics, and our student athletes continue to make us all proud. I won't go by Football broke into the top 25, one of the group of 6 programs nationally, led by one of the best defenses in the country. Volleyball captured the Sun Belt regular season championship, and Kennedy Luzo, am I getting it right? Luzo? All right, is leading the nation in points and kills. The field hockey hosted the MAC championships here on campus. Women's soccer standout Jenny Lackey was named Sun Belt Offensive Player of the Year. Peyton McDaniel earned the Sun Belt Female Student Athlete of the Year. I have to say I was honored to join her and her mother at the awards dinner in Atlanta last month. What a delightful family. And both the men's and women's basketball teams are favored to win the conference. And finally, cross country's Taylor Myers was recognized as newcomer of the year. These accomplishments of our student athletes and coaches continue to elevate JMU's reputation across the country. We also celebrated a new chapter of excellence and service with the opening of the state-of-the-art facility supporting our ROTC programs. Earlier this fall, we hosted a ribbon cutting event for the new Cadet Physical Development Center, a first of its kind facility designed to serve more than 160 Army cadets and 80 Air Force cadets. It includes an advanced training and rehabilitation spaces, as well as areas for collaboration with the health sciences and kinesiology departments. This project reflects JMU's growing commitment to innovation, wellness, and service, as it strengthens our proud connection to the nation's military community. Looking forward, we are building on strong foundation of progress and purpose. The next phase of the strategic plan will bring together our vision teams to shape the goals and strategies. We will continue the presidential listening tour to gather insights from alumni and friends across Virginia and beyond. Basketball season is underway and our football team has taken the nation by storm. It is a new season of philanthropy that has also begun, with our Family Business Symposium bringing our alumni entrepreneurs back to campus, and new student engagement events are connecting my office directly with the student body, and I'm so appreciative of our student leadership making that happen. It is fitting close to a season of growth and accomplishment and the start of an exciting new chapter for James Madison University. I purposely kind of sped through this. I know we're running out of time, but I want to thank all of you for your leadership, your partnership, and your continued commitment to this extraordinary university. Together, we are writing the next great chapter for JMU. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Jim? Jim, thank you for accepting the board's challenge to make our university bigger, bolder, and doing it faster. Next up, we have a presentation on civil discourse. David and Kara.
Well, good morning, everyone. The shared pursuit of truth, it's central to everything we do here at JMU, and so we're thrilled to be able to share more about how we're accelerating that work here and how JMU has a unique to JMU model for that, and how we're setting the standard nationally for that. I'm David Kirkpatrick. I'm a Vice President, Chief of Staff, President's Office, as well as a professor in philosophy and religion. And we'll shorten this to say my academic background, books and articles and grants are around religious freedom, interreligious dialogue, religion and politics between cultures. It's been neat to see how this work that Kara and I both research on can be transformational for our campus when we accelerate this with targeted programming. Kara?
It's wonderful to be here. I'm Dr. Kara Dillard. I serve as the Executive Director of the Madison Center for Civic Engagement. My field of research is in deliberative democracy, and I've spent my entire career focusing on and studying the conditions in which communities need to have in order to be able to solve problems together across their divides. So it was maybe serendipity, maybe at least it was good timing that David and I found ourselves together at the Madison Center a few years ago. When this moment in which we need to talk about what higher education and free speech looks like, found ourselves together doing this work.
Yep. And I will say, we were all around the country conferences and different groups, and I believe we have the best administrator in the country, the best person to be leading this work of any university in the country. And I'd say that confidently, and I can back that up. So to have Kara here leading this work is phenomenal. So Kara and I have, there's our opening slide. Kara and I have witnessed firsthand the need for developing skills in dialogue across difference. And what we found in the data is Contrary to what we see sometimes in the headlines, students in the data are not necessarily afraid of what their professors think about their views, but they're afraid of their peers. And so we have targeted especially peer facilitated dialogue for students to develop these skills in dialogue across difference in free speech and intellectual diversity.
So you may remember us talking to you a few years ago about the basketball arena event. When Governor Youngkin issued his call that all universities should engage our students in free speech and freedom of expression, responsibilities and trainings, we did what we thought was a really great idea. We gathered all of our 5,500 incoming class of students together in the AUBC and shared with them JMU's commitment to free speech and freedom of expression. We thought this was a really important first step. It was a necessary first step in sharing with our students our commitment, but it probably at the time wasn't sufficient. And David and I reflected on the call issued by the American Association of Colleges and Universities in their publication, A Crucible Moment, Democratic Learning and the College Future, that teaching free speech and the principles of free expression can't be done passively. It needs to be experienced hands-on, face-to-face, actively engaging amid different perspectives about how to solve common problems. And we were lucky, David and I had been doing some of this, something similar to this at the Madison Center called Day of Deliberation for campus. And we thought, let's try to scale that up as our institution's commitment to our students in free speech and freedom of expression.
So in designing better conversations together, which is what we're going to talk about very briefly, we wanted to tackle major challenges like affective polarization. So not just the idea that we're polarized, we're probably going to be polarized, but that we hate the other side or see them as the enemy. So affective polarization, improving intellectual humility and listening, and improving willingness to find shared solutions. These are essential 21st century skills in terms of free speech. They're also essential skills for the workplace, which I know this board knows better than anyone.
So better conversations together involves two major phases, really designed to build civic dialogue capacities and skills in students, each separated by distinct assessment periods.
So the Madison Center, which is located in the Office of the President, partnered with Planning, Analytics, and Institutional Research, also in the Office of the President, to insert a series of questions about these major challenges: affective polarization, intellectual humility, listening, and finding shared solutions into the first year survey. And so students take this before they start at JMU. And so we have a fantastic baseline of data, which is actually, we have a number of colleagues across the nation who are very jealous of that, the ability that we assess every single student at JMU in this work, so that then we have a baseline, are we actually going to be moving the needle? So in phase one, students learn foundational concepts of civil discourse. How do you develop your own ideas? Coming to that, how have you made your foundational values and how your moral foundations influence how you listen and talk with others? And this is based on Jonathan Haidt's work. Many of you have read The Anxious Generation, How to Talk Across Divides.
And so those of you who were on the Student Affairs Committee meeting yesterday heard about JMU's fictitious student Madison, and she, in her experience and her better conversations together, deliberative dialogue. So all first year students join us for 90 minutes, which is longer than the average class session there at JMU, to talk together about difficult issues. And we purposely designed their conversations, and we put them in small groups, and we purposely designed those conversations so it's mixed political orientation. So they're sitting next to people who hold different views and values than them. And they talk specifically about a topic that we developed after conversations with our students about success and opportunity. What does this generation need to thrive? And so in these conversations, they're talking about things like, what does AI mean for their major? Should we raise minimum wage for jobs on campus? Is housing too unaffordable? And whether students should be required to take an internship, even if it means it delays them a year from graduating. I hope not. But they're talking about things that are on top of their minds, about real and meaningful issues. And at the start of these conversations, we issue them a challenge. We say, sitting at that table next to you are people who have different views and values than you. And it's your job here for the next 90 minutes to talk across those divides and to find shared solutions on these issues.
I love us setting that tone early, because we say to students, At a public university, you're gonna expect that somebody's gonna have differing political views than you, differing values than you, differing backgrounds than you. Expect that as you come to JMU, before you come to campus, you're gonna be already being trained in the fact that you're gonna talk to people who are different than you. Really essential and really important for both of us. You'll see assessment infused all the way throughout this. So after deliberating, students complete their labs assessment with the Center of Research Studies and Assessment here, CARS, in the College of Health and Behavioral Studies, so that we assess that all the way through. And again, we can ask, are on those things that we talk about, how are we moving?
And I can safely say that we are moving the needle on these key measures related to academic discourse. Among the important findings that you can see here, I want to highlight one in particular. I think it's really important that we're moving the needle on issues like affective polarization in particular. Like David said, it's that emotional side of polarization. There's party polarization, there's issue polarization, but there's that kind of polarization in which my views and values are right. That other person's values are in person is not just wrong, but they're bad, they're evil, and in some cases in which it might be acceptable for violence to happen. I can safely say that our students are coming away from their Better Conversations Together deliberation with less antipathy and more warmth toward people who have and hold different views than them. And I think it's safe to say, in a day and age in which violence on campus is all too frighteningly real, that this evidence shows how important, how moving it is what we're doing here at JMU, and that it's important that we make these commitments to our students and that these commitments work.
And I'll, in the interest of time, just say I want to highlight a data point I think that's really important here. 84% of students are more willing to have difficult conversations with people they disagree with, and more willing to find a shared solution or compromise with people who have differing political views. I've also loved, as we've looked at this granular data, if you look at obviously self-identified progressive students, self-identified conservative students, both will say, conservative students, over 90% will say their views were taken seriously. Their views were listened to. Really, really, I think, important data at a time when some students, as we look at national polling, say, I don't feel comfortable sharing my views. I don't think that people are listening. Now, I'll just say, this is why this is important to me. Not so everybody feels good. We will not accomplish our mission if people are not sharpening each other's views and getting at new knowledge, new discovery, the shared pursuit of truth. So it's not about, for me, we've got all sides represented, but our mission is to drive discovery, innovation, the shared pursuit of truth. If I can't listen well to your ideas because I don't like you, I'm not going to sharpen my own views and get to a better solution. So it's really driven right to the heart of our mission and why we are taking this so seriously to say this is going to touch every student at JMU.
And to the point that David was just making, that 84% I think is really important, because it would be easy for a student who is either conservative or liberal to say, well, of course I felt listened to, the group agreed with me. But that's not the case in this finding. And we're asking students, how well do you feel that you were listened to? How well do you feel your views and values were taken seriously, even if the group doesn't agree with you? And a large number of these students across all of the different partisan ideas that we survey indicate that they can go into these conversations, they feel listened to, and that's not conditioned upon whether the group is agreeing with them. And I think that speaks volumes to our design and the way that we're doing this work with students.
So this can't just be a one-off program. We've got to have an ecosystem that's valuing free speech and freedom of expression on campus. We're only also going to go as far as we go with our faculty. So we have a fantastic faculty fellows program. We're partnering with the Center for Faculty Innovation, which Kara began. I've loved also, we want to signal this from senior leadership. And so we're modeling for students at the sophomore level, inviting them to dinner and dialogues with JMU's vice president and with President Jim, as well as deans and AVPs. So just last week, Matt Rohn, Anthony Tongan, and Tawana Moore enjoyed a Better Conversations over dinner, meal, and dialogue. It is really our way to say, we're not just saying you all do this one-off program. We value this top to bottom at JMU. And if we're going to move the needle on this, it's going to need to be all of us together.
President Jim mentioned the grant that we just won from the U.S. Department of Education to take this model that we're doing here with first-year students and implement it at the K-12 level. And we're looking forward to hosting 20,000 K-12 students and 7,000 teachers and training them in deliberative democracy. And for the next 3 years, having discussions about our nation's most historic decisions, including some things that James Madison was helping us decide at the time. But also that also means that in this next academic year, all of the incoming class will also be deliberating about the nation's historic decisions in support of America's 250th anniversary.
I love too, and I'm about to close and bring up our students. One of the ways that Kara modeled this dinner format on is Dolly Madison had what she called them squeeze
meals.
Squeeze meals, and she purposefully sat those different political views next to each other and squeezed them together for meals. And so James Madison and Dolly Madison modeled this and saw this as so foundational. So for us, as we honor James Madison, it's been really neat. So at JMU, we believe free speech and civic discourse are not just ideals, though they are very important ones. They're skills to be taught, practiced, and lived. Better Conversations Together is more than a program, it's a commitment, an institutional commitment to shaping a generation that listens deeply, engages respectfully, and leads with curiosity. And we're proud in this work to be setting a standard that many other universities of our colleagues nationally are learning from, borrowing from, and modeling on. With that, I want to invite up a couple of our students to answer a couple of questions who've been the drivers. And as they're coming up, I want to remind, this is not Kara and myself sitting down with the students. This is trained peer facilitators talking to each other. These are the students who are doing that. So we have Ella Krangle, a senior communication studies major, Emily Lowe, senior international affairs major, and Brady Dunn, first year WRTC and political science major. And Kara is going to lead in asking questions.
So these are the students who are sitting at every table with all of our first year students. So it's not 40-year-old professors like David and I having these conversations. They tend to say, how can I get my extra credit fast? But it's these students who are out there giving their peers the permission to disagree, to listen, and have conversations. So Ella, my first question is to you. What's been the most rewarding aspect of facilitating these conversations?
Thank you very much for your question, Dr. Dillard. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the board and everyone else in this room for allowing me to talk about the work that I'm so passionate about. As far as the most rewarding thing about facilitating these conversations, it's hard to narrow it down to just one, so I'll cover a couple. I like to say that I'm a walking Madison Center pamphlet at all these forums, just because I have so many good things to say about our programs and the work that we do. To start off, probably the most rewarding thing to see in the actual deliberative forums is when these freshman students come in, and I couldn't imagine being in their position. They're nervous, they want to make new friends, and above all, they don't want to talk about politics. We put them in this room and they don't know a lot about the program. So they're nervous, their heads are in their phones, they don't want to talk openly with other people. But over the course of the conversation and over the course of the deliberation, it's really rewarding to see them warm up. Not only me as the facilitator, but also to their peers. They're having side conversations during this, they're becoming friends, they're more engaged in the conversation, they're making eye contact and just want to talk more about these kinds of things. And usually by the end of the conversation, they said, I was really nervous and intimidated to come in today, but this wasn't as bad as I thought. And like they didn't want to talk about politics, but they are excited to go through the program, and afterwards they feel better and fulfilled and feel like they made a connection. And our office actually received an email from a student a couple months back that was like, thank you so much for holding this deliberative forum. I actually met my freshman year friend group in this deliberative forum, and so I'm so grateful for this opportunity. And that was incredibly heartwarming for me to see as a facilitator leading these conversations. And moving forward, the skills that I have learned in these conversations are immense and unique. And going into the workforce, you're going to have to deal with people who you might not agree with, and facilitating conflict within the workforce and coming together to find common ground and to find a solution is a great skill that I have learned as my time as a facilitator facilitating these conversations. And I'm just so incredibly grateful to the Madison Center for this work. And, there's really so many rewarding aspects about it.
Brady, my question is for you. Brady, you're a first year student. Like, you should be doing these and participating, not facilitating. But here you are as a first year facilitator, facilitating, literally peer facilitating with these, with your first year peers. What have you seen your first year peers struggle with, but also grow in regarding civil discourse?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for asking that question, and thank you all for being here again. Something that I've noticed among my peers is that we often, as freshmen, struggle to have meaningful conversations. And a lot of my colleagues like to say it's hard to get freshmen to say anything. And I completely agree with this. So myself. But it's true, freshmen often struggle to make friends, have meaningful meetings. But the Better Conversations Together program acts as a vessel of sorts to facilitate these skills into their lifestyle. So I've seen my peers grow in the way of like building conversational skills. And they also learn that it's okay to be brave enough to speak your mind. It's okay to disagree with your peers. And we have to, use that as a community to build upon what we already have. I'll give a real life example. One of my friends in my hallway of my dorm, I live in Bell Hall, on the Hillside area. Shout out Hillside. He came up to me a couple weeks ago and he told me that he was struggling to make friends. He was struggling to communicate and he was asking me how I did. Because I got very involved very quickly. I got to meet a lot of people. I'm very grateful for that. I love being a Duke. But he was wondering how he could follow in the same path. And I told him, it all starts with being brave enough to have a conversation. And just last week, he went through the Better Conversations Together program and immediately came up to me afterwards because he knows about my involvement in it. And he talked to me about how meaningful it was to him, that he was able to develop those skills among his peers and be able to have these sorts of discussions with them. So that's honestly the most unique experience that I've heard of. And I think it's very valuable that we bring this to campus. So.
Emily, you're about to graduate. Congratulations. How will you use these skills when you graduate?
Thank you, Dr. Dillard, and thank you to the board for allowing us to speak today. This is very exciting work that we're all very passionate about. So I would say the biggest skill that I've learned is definitely collaboration, and that's collaboration through open-mindedness and active listening. I think not only is collaboration important, but collaboration with people with different perspectives, opinions, values, lived experiences. That's really how we're going to be able to have these creative solutions to the complex problems that face our world today. And I'll cite one example that really stuck out to me in a group that I facilitated a few months ago. We asked our students whether or not they think SAT scores and standardized testing should be required for JMU entrance, as it's not currently right now. And pretty much across the board, students tend to agree on this question the most, that no, standardized testing should not be required, which totally makes sense considering that so many JMU students don't choose to have their test scores as part of their applications. However, I did have this one group that was very impactful that did not come to this conclusion. I had one student kind of voice insight as to he was worried about a cheating problem at his high school and how he thought that the use of AI and ChatGPT really inflated GPAs. And so he thought that standardized testing was actually a better kind of judge of someone's college readiness. I also had another student give really powerful insight as to a research paper that she had conducted in high school that found that some colleges do actually kind of take into account if students omit their SAT scores. And so I found this very interesting, and these were perspectives that I myself hadn't even considered. And I think that really illustrated the fact that it's not about how many times we talk about something, how many conversations we have about a certain issue, but it's the amount of perspectives at the table. And I think that that mindset is what really is going to set me apart from my peers going into the workforce. I will say, although I don't know exactly what I'm doing post-grad, I'm extremely passionate about public and foreign policy. And I'm really eager to have these kind of collaborative discussions with my peers and my coworkers in the workforce. And not only that, but I'm open to disagreement. I actually want people to disagree with me. And when I reflect on my mindset about collaboration in general before becoming a democracy fellow, I think the piece that's really changed for me during my work at the center is that I want to be disagreed with. I want to disagree with other people because I think that that really is a sign of healthy deliberation towards a positive solution.
Madam Rector, that concludes our presentation with the students, and we would be glad to answer any questions.
Any question for our panel? Yes.
I don't have a question. First of all, Emily, you're gonna do well in marriage one day if you like to disagree. But I just wanted to say thank you guys. You know, when I was appointed to the board, one of the first groups I met with was Kara and some of her democracy fellows. And I would like to see this program amplified. I think, you know, coming from someone who has created dozens of businesses, hired thousands of people, you walk into a room and you hear all of this political debating, and usually that turns into argument. And it's because I think a lot of people don't have the skill set to say, I can disagree with you, but I can still work with you and love you and be your friend and all of that stuff. So I think what you guys are doing is amongst the most important work a university can possibly do. And that is reaching out across the aisle to discuss and debate ideas and ideals, and then walk out of the room together saying, "Hey, okay, let's go grab a coffee." So I applaud you guys, and like I said, whatever we can do, you have my full support on how to amplify this program, because I think it is truly one of the most important things that we as James Madison University can do. So I applaud all of you. Thank you very much.
Other comments? Ditto to what Tom just said. I think that's, Jim has said, every time we've sat down and talked with the board, he says that, our graduates are top performers for employers across the Commonwealth and the nation. And I think that these skills that we're teaching our students are one of the main reasons why we are so effective, in the workforce. So thank you very much. I appreciate you all, and I appreciate the presentation.
Yeah.
And last but not least, we have an exciting announcement, and I would like to call Anthony and Keith up to the podium.
Great, I know we are what stand between you and lunch. We are what stand between you and all leaving, so we will try to be brief. This is exciting news. And please don't take our brevity as anything other than really trying to help all of you and all of us and our stomachs feel a little bit better. But good news I want to report, on Monday of this week, President Jim received Association of Public and Land Grant Universities Innovation and Economic Prosperity designation at the annual meeting in Philadelphia. And it was a great opportunity to demonstrate how JMU is integral to the community, and we even want to do better. We received this award or designation with universities like University of Iowa, University of Oregon, Oregon State University, Texas A&M. This is a designation of the type of university that JMU sees themselves as an anchor institution in this community. And it really is all about the economic prosperity of the region. Just within the last 3 weeks, we've kind of had an example of that. If you've been following the news, Merck announced a $3 billion expansion in Elkton, which is about 15 to 20 minutes east of here. And they did this back in 2019, a $1 billion expansion. And I think how well that went, what a great place Virginia is for this type of expansion, is a designation of the type of work JMU is doing in the community. On the back of that, 2 weeks ago, we were called to the governor's office, to Richmond, to be a part of the Center for the Virginia Center for the Advancement of Advanced Pharmaceutical Manufacturing. UVA, VCU, Virginia Tech, and JMU were the four-year institutions that were a part of that. And our relationship with Elkton was a key piece of that. Eli Lilly's expanding in Goochland, AstraZeneca is expanding just north of Charlottesville, Merck here near us. We're a part of that corridor. We're a part of what is moving this part forward in, once again, the community and also in the Commonwealth. And so that's, I think, a nice example of how we really are trying to be a great partner, as President Jim has mentioned many times, not just locally, not just regionally, but nationally. And so Keith is going to give you more details on how this went down.
Well, thank you so much, Anthony. And I'm grateful to be able to bookend my week by discussing this Innovation and Economic Prosperity designation. On Monday, we accepted on behalf of JMU, accepted the IEP designation at the APLU's annual meeting. But I want to emphasize that the designation is more than an award. It is a nationally recognized framework and a community of practice that helps universities measure, enhance, and communicate their economic impact story. So JMU joins 3 other Virginia institutions and over 90 other national institutions in this network. And to get to this, there was a rigorous process involved. And this process, if we go to the next slide, involved a multi-year self-study process that was led by the University Economic Development Council. This process required cross-institutional collaboration to understand and measure the many ways that JMU contributes to the economic vitality of the Shenandoah Valley and the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I wanted to pause just a quick moment to thank the division heads, the deans, all the units, board members and community members who participated in the surveys and the focus groups to help us inform this process. With feedback from more than 400 stakeholders, we and the University Economic Development Council analyzed and assessed strengths and opportunities for improvement. And we developed a 5-year growth and improvement plan that sets priorities and accountability measures to guide the next 5 years of coordinated university action for economic engagement. And through this process, we highlighted some strengths that are aligned with the IEP, or Innovation and Economic Prosperity 3-pillar framework, which emphasizes talent, innovation, and place. And I apologize for the next slide kind of summarizes though. But you can see that we're already doing a lot of this work, and we're well connected to the 3 supporting pillars of the IEP framework. But if we look at the next slide, the IEP designation is more than a badge. It's a roadmap that creates a unified understanding of priorities. It strengthens collaboration throughout the university, and it promotes accountability. Our 5-year strategic growth and improvement plan emphasizes many of the things that are already being highlighted in the developing JMU strategic plan. Coordination both internally and with external partners, supporting regional businesses and entrepreneurs, and pursuing big and bold ideas to grow corporate and research partnerships. And maybe if we skip 2 more slides here, looking at time. This designation it extends through 2030, and as we move forward, we are going to continue to implement the strategies in our growth and improvement plan. We have annual reporting to APLU, and we're going to continue to collaborate with the IEP community in practice. And I'm extremely pleased to welcome to share a national perspective on this designation. I'm delighted to introduce Alvaro Munoz, who is the director of the Office of International Community and Economic Engagement at APLU, and who also manages the IEP program. I think Alvaro's on the line.
Yes, y'all see me? All right. Thank you. So thank you, Keith. On behalf of APLU, congratulations to JMU. This designation signals that your university is not only excelling in research and education, but also deeply committed to driving economic and societal impact. The IEP program is about continuous improvement and collaboration. It connects universities to a national community of practice to share strategies, benchmark progress, and amplify the impact on our public institutions. For JMU, this means access to peers across the country who are tackling similar challenges in workforce development, innovation ecosystems, and community partnerships. It also means visibility. IEP universities are recognized as leaders in aligning higher education with economic and societal needs. APLU values JMU's regular participation and active involvement because it strengthens the network and demonstrates how a university can be both responsive to regional priorities and a driver of national progress. Congratulations once again to JMU on this remarkable achievement. I'd now like to turn it back to Keith.
Thank you again, Alvaro, and thank you again for allowing me to bookend my week, but with this celebration. It's a pleasure to be here, and we really appreciate the opportunity to share this national recognition and the strength and contributions to our local and statewide economies. So thank you. That's what we have for our presentation. We'd love to address any questions or get you out to your lunch.
Any questions for Anthony and Keith?
Congratulations.
Congratulations to JMU. Thank you for helping us build.
And that is just one point about Merck. I happen to know these companies a little well. And I think the partnership that Merck has had, Merck has been in Elkton for 70 years, 70. And they have hired and continue to hire over and over again JMU students, and they want more. And this is them saying we want more like this. And Lilly and Goochland and AstraZeneca are seeing this as well. So keep doing the good work, but it's very, very exciting for the state.
And what an investment in the Commonwealth to get, Mark, because we were in competition with other,
Yes, we were.
other areas of the nation.
And also, it's the first time that JMU has been put in with this group of other universities, and so very, very exciting, so really well done. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Well, I think, is there any other comments that need to be shared with the board today? I would like to thank you all for your commitment and time that you've given us this last 2 days. There's a lot of work ahead of us as we chart the strategic plan. I think that's an important piece of what we are doing, and we have tall orders. We've got a great leader to take us there. I hope each of you all have a wonderful holiday of Thanksgiving and the Christmas season coming. And we hope for success for our football program and all of our athletic programs that are taking place. And I look forward to seeing everyone at football games and at our next meeting in February. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
We are adjourned.
Thank you, Madam Director.
I break that thing.